Okay, everybody, just turned the monkey on. Welcome, everyone. So, I got more Recs today to look at, so let's look at least some of them. The original plan was to do some Abstract Nations mod gameplay with Codefender, but, he's, eating, what's it called, ice cream biryani and butter chicken ice cream, so it'll be a while before he shows up. So, in the meantime, I figured, you know what? Why don't we do some good old recording casting, since I got some matches between, I think it was yesterday and the day before, so the weekend. I got about 4 recordings that I can show you right now over here. Let me do a time sort so it shows. Alright, so we got about 4 team supremacies. Now, those are pretty big on their own, so those are going to be pretty meaty. Now, assuming Code does show up to do some Abstract Nations, that would be pretty cool, because that would give us even more fun stuff to do. Yeah. But if, in case he doesn't, then we got like a full 4 recordings to look at, which itself should be pretty swell. And then after that, we'll shift gears to probably some D or Wars of Liberty gameplay. And oh yeah, other good news. A new update to Battlefront 2 Expanded. Yeah. Isn't that pretty awesome? I don't know what's in it. It doesn't say what's in it. Did they even tell you what's in every version? I don't know. Let me see. Does it say in the changelog? Yeah, it doesn't say it said what's in 7.3.3. They did some nerfs and stuff. They didn't say what's in 7.4 though. So I have no idea what's in the newest version. Could be some cool stuff, could be some boring stuff. I pray that it's going to be good stuff, though, because who wants another boring old balance patch? I probably don't. I say probably because, you know, every now and then there's that wonderful reinforcement that you want to see absolutely destroyed. But, yeah, pretty much. God, these people are spamming like crazy for Wars of Liberty. I love it. It's so muy basado. I love to see that. Love to see people spamming in there. That's great. You want people to be spamming in there, because if they're spamming there, that means people are playing, and that is good. We need the Wars of Liberty community to be thriving like that, man. That's so good to see. I don't mind that I get pinged all day. I'd rather see it be pinged all day, honestly, because that means if we want to do another Liga, which people already want, even though they kind of banned the first one, we'll have a decent player base to throw in there, you know, and we can obviously change around some of the rules a little bit to make it a bit more community-friendly. You know, we could have some placement for the newbier players and the more expertier players to sort of mingle together and get some interesting matchups. And who knows how we're even going to set it up, because some people want to go full elimination ladder. Some people want to stick with the old chorizo system. We don't know yet exactly how we're going to even set up a new league, possibly. Because, honestly, it's such an interesting, fascinating topic. Now, what I think we should do, I think we should hold it once a big patch releases. Because if you've been in the Wars of Liberty server and you were around on Friday, I guess our, it was that Ecuadorian Juanito that we have on the world team. It's Team 1, so he revealed a bunch of stuff for us. And he said next big patch is either going to be Cuba plus Spain rework, so kind of de facto 2 civs, but really as far as mod size concerned, it would be +1 civ. Or they're just going to do the whole overhaul of Egypt, where we're going to lose one really bad civ with the horrible tier list rating and actually get a pretty decent Middle East civ, potentially. Now, I find it awfully fishy how, just as they're designing the Egypt civ, they kind of pulled the wool under our eyes over the Madrasa text not having a long-term effect. How convenient. How convenient is right. One less thing for them to code. I mean, hey, if they did it for that reason on the backside, to just get the civs out quicker, more power to you, I guess. I mean, as long as they can make the civs work in other areas, I don't mind too much, but yeah. Now, I heard they got some pretty good bonuses. They're gonna have, this cool thing called the necropolis, one of the wonderful things of ancient Egyptian history where you had your tombs and everything. And you're going to be able to create some mummies, yeah. Grave robbers. Grave robbing as a civ bonus. Now that's pretty fascinating because that goes a lot deeper than the stuff we were going to get originally with the civ. Before they were going to be totally Nile agriculture based, since, Egypt is one of the few places in North Africa, other than some parts north of the Atlas Mountains, where you can actually do a lot of farming, so they're going to make the Nile agriculture sort of their basis. But adding in the grave robbing thing definitely makes things a lot more fascinating. Now, when I first heard it, I thought, oh cool, they're going to let us use mummies to attack people with them and add sort of the old 1980s, 1990s Egyptian film stuff to it. And of course they said no, that you're just grave robbing them and collecting XP from them. And apparently the whole team gets it too when they have them on the team, so that's going to be very fascinating. Because that means civs that rely a lot on shipments, like Latin Americans for immigrant battalions, and also Middle Easterners related to their courtier system are probably going to like that quite a bit, as well as any other civs that get a lot of infinite shipments, like the British, Balkan civs. I can see a lot of civs taking advantage of Zulu with their unit shipments. Earlier cards kind of helps everybody out. It's like no civ that says, oh no thank you, I don't really need that. Like, no. Having early shipments is always going to be a good thing for you. So I think that in general is a pretty good idea. So yeah, when do you think Code's going to show up today for Abstract Nations, or is he going to show up, is the question. If he's going to show up or not, I don't know. Like I said, we got 4 good supremacies here to look at. I just updated the overlay too today. I think we talked about back on Thursday, right? That's the last day we used the overlay, right? So pretty much the new update did something pretty cool. It actually did a really awesome update where now the objects are a little bit bigger. I don't know if that specifically just helps me out, or does that help you out as well? Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I don't even know, honestly. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will receive buffering. Oh, really? Oh, because of the connection. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, I might look at that on YouTube just to see what that looks like right now. That's very strange indeed. We typically don't get those types of errors. Let me check that out now. Before we really start. Gonna show up or not? I don't know. Like I said, we got 4 good supremacies here to look at. I just updated the overlay too today. I think we talked about... Oh no, it looks fine to me. I don't know what they're talking about on the YouTube side. Maybe because of the internet connection or something. That could totally be it too. Because we do actually lose a couple of frames on our streams because of my Wi-Fi connection. Since that's unfortunately the thing I have to deal with, so... Yep, that's definitely a thing. Now, previously, I don't think I ever dropped any frames before, but all of a sudden now we do drop a few frames, so probably unforeseen local internet changes that caused that one. Yeah, so whatever. As long as it stays marginal, I don't really care too much, because that means you're still getting this streaming stuff that you normally want, so that's pretty cool. Yep. I don't know why YouTube gets in such a tizzy about, not having enough video. Go like, error. They might see buffering. They might see this. I'm like, yeah, no, it's totally fine, man. What are you complaining about? Looks fine to me. Yeah, no, literally. It looks like that because I'm not in the game. When you're in OBS and you leave the game and you go to do other stuff in the operating system, it naturally takes resources away from the game and gives it to whatever app that you're on, so that way you can, have those resources where they do, so you don't get a Crash Bandicoot or something on your machine. It's like really helpful. So that's totally intentional, and I just went onto my stream now and I could hear myself talking, obviously with a bit of stream delay, but I could hear myself talking and everything lined up properly. So that is totally fine. Unless now you make sure you tell me if something is wrong with the stream. Like if you say, wait a second, it looks like things are lagging like a madman, maybe you need to step back and like look at this. I will, but if you don't say anything, I'm not going to know. And I'm going to just keep talking to myself in an echo chamber and get mad in like 7 to 8 hours when I find out that none of it's saved somehow. Yeah, totally. Okay, we dropped a few frames. That's totally fine. Looks like we're losing Wi-Fi again. But anyways, here we go. Let's see how we do here. We got 2 versus 2s. We got a 4v4 and we got a 3v3. So let's start with the 2v2s first maybe, and then move on to the rest of them. What do you say, Pilgrim? Okay, here we are. We also have the out-of-sync fixture tool too in our back pocket, so if we... Oh wow, look at this! This is indeed a lot bigger now, so we can actually see things a lot smoother up here. I remember before this was a little bit tinier and I had to click a little bit more carefully, but now this looks a lot easier to view, so yeah, good. Now, what civs do we have on these teams? Now, we got HVNI, of course, British. Ally is Vorg as Germany. Enemy would be Achille as Russia. And Sin Remedio, with the musical note thingy, as the Swedes. So, Northern Europe versus Central British Europe. I don't know. Yeah, so anyway, it should be a cool matchup. Let's see what's going on here right away. So, first of all, you got good old Germany building their market, picking up the hunting dogs right away. This is standard Germany build order right here. Because look at these settler wagons. Look at how good they hunt without hunting dogs. 1.7. When you get hunting dogs, it goes up to 1.87, which is actually a pretty big jump compared to a settler. A settler only gets about, I believe, like 0.05 or something hunting improvement, whereas a settler wagon goes up by like 1, 2 or something like that, which is way bigger. And I think we already determined, looking at pure decimal points, that settler wagons actually gather better than 2 settlers combined by a small margin of like 0.5. So, picking up techs like hunting dogs, all those, gonna make settler wagons some of your best economic tools outside of banks and factories in the game, probably. Yeah. Now, as far as deck is concerned, we're gonna have to, as we go along, see what these guys were actually plotting here. So, British are playing this deck. This will be mostly a boom deck. We see plenty of settler cards, but we also see Virginia Company, we see terraced houses in Age 4. Essentially, Virginia Company up here at the top is the one that cheapens our manor houses down by 50 wood, bringing them down to a nice price of, I think, like 93 or something like that, very cheap. And then terrace houses is the next one. This one, in the Industrial Age, allows your manors to actually train settlers slowly. So, if you're still missing a ton of your settlers, you can just speed up the booming process really great by just gradually training them out of the houses. And of course, you can have 20 of them, so yeah, that works really well. Other than that, this is a very treaty-friendly deck. We got our Royal Mint, Refridge, Textile Mill. We got our Cigar Roller. Rum Distillery knows a huge emphasis on coin there. HVNI is very good about using livestock pens and herdables, so I can totally see why he would make an emphasis on the coin. Also, HVNI likes mercenaries too, so if he gets a tavern out, I definitely see him taking advantage of that. He even has the big boy Jaeger shipment there, the Hessian Jaeger division. This gives you about 13 of them, so this is a very big shipment. As you know, the normal Jaeger shipment gives you a little bit less than this, and it's a 1k coin one. This one's a slightly more expensive one, but thus it gives you more units, so it's even better. Let's check out Germany and see what deck they're going to be potentially running here. So this is the deck I think we've seen previously for Vorg when he's teamed up with HVNI, essentially. He's got a pretty good Fortress Age setup with 2 Skirm, Ulan, and War Wagon shipments. He does have late game transfer into Settler Wagons with the Germantown Farmers and Guild Artisans. This is the monster card for the Germans when they go Settler Wagons because it buffs their gather rates up by 35%. So it's basically like taking a single settler and buffing its stats, gather rate stats up by like 75% or something crazy, because remember, it's not exactly a direct double of 35% because the settler wagon is slightly better than 2 settlers, so really it's more of something like 74, 75, maybe even 76, yeah. How about the other side though? Also, we have some sort of conflict here. Blue Explorer, the British one, is drowning. Somebody call a lifeguard. He's drowning, or she's drowning. Is that a he or a she? Okay, that woman is drowning in the water right now. Somebody get a somebody help that lady out. She's literally dipping in the water, man. This is totally unethical, though. Like that must be pretty painful, actually, being knocked out in the water like that. Every time you have to rest, you literally have to hold your breath like a fish. Oh, that must be painful. Totally painful. Now, outside of that, though, here is the interesting stuff. So we got looks like we got the Russians coming in with some Cossacks, coming over here to try to fight the Germans. 5 Cossack shipment, that is, right? Did he ship those in? Yep, he did. Okay, he's also going to stick with training Cossacks for the rest of Age 2, it looks like, because he's got a stable and he's queuing up 2 of them right here. This is the queue, by the way, so this will tell you when somebody's actually training a given unit, and as the unit's closer to training, you see more of this green fill up the square, basically, just so you know that. Right now, it looks like just some mild exchanges between Ulans and Cossacks. I think, in essence, it really comes down to numbers, really, because while Ulans do cost more population and are way more expensive in coin, they do have a really solid attack to make up for their lack of hit points. They're kind of like the glass cannon of cavalry. Not only that, though, you technically, the stronger Savalax Jaegers in the back get free reign of spraying down his Jaegers, cutting through the noise there. But the Harquebusians do appear, though, and these might act as a bit of a cleanup to help out their forces down. Now, notice how the Harquebusier also has a very insane melee attack, too, kind of based off of the Hakkapels from the Asian Islands. And that's kind of, in essence, what they are. Because initially they were going to have Hakkapels be in the game as normal, but then the devs were like, you know what, let's come up with something even cooler, and they came up with the Harquebusier. Essentially, it was going to maintain the hand attack of the Hakkapel, but its main caveat was going to be having that short-range, flintlock pistol type range attack that does an insane amount of damage with splash attack too. So it can be good for melee and it can be good for range. Look at how they butcher a culverin in only a few hits. You've seen my arena gameplays before and how good Hackable hand attacks really are. So it's absolutely totally possible to use Hackables and hand attack to get a lot done with them. So that is actually quite good to see right there. Yeah. It's absolutely wonderful to see, actually. So it's looking pretty good, honestly. Gotta love it when you see it, yeah. 100% though, see.
I feel quite strengthened now.
Cool. Very nice. Indeed. Looks like these guys are now sinking the buildings. Very, very good. I like to see. Now this is interesting. It looks like, in a way, I would definitely argue that Germany and British team has a really distinct advantage in map control. Look at how Germany in particular has gained sort of central control of this space here. There are still some torps left over here, but obviously that's not military, so those could be sieged at will, presumably. HVNI taking a big step, sticking on pretty much all of his outposts in this little cove over here. And this is effectively going to guard this mine, this hunt, and it's going to give them an attack, movement of attack from this angle that they can attack from, which should be very helpful. Now we see Russia fighting alone, which is never ideal. They would ideally want Sweden to come in with more Jaegers. Also looks like he sent the Gustavian Guard right now, so now we see a huge army of veteran halberdiers coming out from the Sweden player as well. So that should be pretty nice for them. Particularly, it's stopping the wall of Ulans and providing some relief to the range units. Russian fort is coming up to stamp them though. They're going to try to stamp this spot here with the fort. Now the fort, I believe, is going to go up, or does go up. It's being backed up by 2 blockhouses and the town center. Actually 3 blockhouses. This is a very fortified spot right now. So what I want to see in particular is military numbers and see like whose army is really doing okay right now, who's able to maintain army. Just like Russia's holding the line pretty good. Sweden's offering minimal help. Their military value is also a little bit shrimpy too, kind of on par with that. Not the best thing to see. Looks like Brick Player is getting the concrete rockets. These are dangerous. They are really good against buildings, and they're great against units too. So, yeah, that's always good to see, honestly. Yeah, 100%. So that should go very well for him, I think, probably. Absolutely. Totally. Gonna overplop, yeah, that's always good when you can do it. Who revolted? Oh, Sweden revolted to the United States of America. For America. Wow, that was most unexpected, but unfortunately, looks like this momentum is too much. The bank resources, as you can tell, were definitely falling out of favor for them. Most definitely falling out of favor for them there. Definitely tell that. How about score? Yep, score. Idle villagers. Looks like that. Definitely military, yep. Seemed like in general their TCs were doing pretty good there. Yep. Not bad. Let's check out another one if we can. Yep, most definitely. Let me ask him if code's still coming, so we can plan. That'll help us out to know what to do next. Yeah. Still showing up, or what? Let's give him a few moments here. If he says he's still coming, then we can obviously change over the mods a bit and go from there. And we can obviously. I offered the. This is the thing. I'm like looking at my stream right now, and it looks like it is indeed showing everything perfectly fine on here. So I don't know. Yeah, this is very strange. It looks like everything looks
British
like it's moving like a whistle on YouTube. So I don't know why they're saying I am having errors on here. That's like super weird. Very sus indeed. So, I don't know. That's all I'm going to say. Good old YouTube being YouTube. Complain about absolutely nothing. Okay, now it looks pretty normal. Yeah, now it looks pretty normal. Because now it's not making that error anymore. So maybe something was going on before that it was picking up on, but now it's, yeah. YouTube will always be doing weird stuff like that, right? Yeah, absolutely. I don't see that changing any time in the future. Most definitely not. So let's maybe do the other one until we get a good old reply from our butter chicken ice cream enjoyer. Okay, let's close the graphs for now. We don't particularly need to know that right away. So what sims do we have here? We got HVNI's Brits, the Last Fief as the Russians. They are facing off against an Ottoman and a Japan. Japoneses. Now that's pretty fascinating. We don't always see Japan here. At least have since I've been starting to use this cool UI tool. So that is definitely very fascinating indeed. Japan can be a very good contender in particularly these team games. But there is a catch though. The catch is that you have to really work with your compadre to make sure that you don't eat up all the hunts on the map to feed your shrines. Yeah, I mean, it obviously is an issue with your starting hunts, but as the match progresses, like, that could definitely be a fresh point of frustration for the non-Japan player is, why are you eating up all my hunts, dude? Go somewhere else. Yeah, but honestly, this map is so big with enough hunts that I don't foresee that being a serious issue here, per se, but sometimes it is indeed a problem that we have to watch for. Now, how heavy is he going to be playing in the shrine? So he's got the Heavenly Kami, he does have the Izakura. I love this card. Izakura is so cool because not only does it give you free shrines to build, it also improves their trickle rates even better. Yeah. And why is that? Why are wagons necessarily better than just shipping in 600 wood? I used to not know this right off the top of my head, but I looked into it more, I saw it in practice. The rickshaws are actually a way better way to acquire the shrines than the 600 wood, because the wagons will allow you to build them without using a villager or the explorer. So you're saving villager seconds, and you're allowing your explorers to do more treasure collecting and scouting, while the wagons do the hard work for you. Plus, they build them rather quickly, too. So, yeah. Because mathematically, 4 shrines does actually add up to, I believe, I think it's 500. No, actually, it's actually worse, but because all those conveniences I talked about, the amenities, That's what makes it better, really. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, let me check something real quick before we continue, just to make sure everything's good. Yeah. Give me a moment. Oh, it was nothing. Alright, let's continue. So where are we at right now, by the way? So it looks like the Russia player is actually opening up with Eco Theory. That's a pretty interesting choice there. Most Russia players, including myself, will go with the Wood Trickle card, Distributivism. Going with Eco Theory Start is a pretty fascinating concept, though. It does actually help you out with the food issue, since with the Russians, you're training units in blocks from the blockhouse for your infantry, so it does help to have that extra food income to work with. So I can definitely see the upside of going with Eco Theory. Now, I guess the problem is, not having the Wood Trickle there can make it hard for you to, afford Stiletsy spamming to keep up with blockhouses. So you're taking away some of the power away from the wood side of things, but the food side of things, and maybe even the coin side of things, with getting some extra recruits, could be better. Yeah, so that's pretty fascinating. Brit player playing the same deck. I'm assuming he's going to play within the same frameworks as the last one, sticking to mostly Jaegers, Harquebusiers. That should be pretty good. Utilizing that heavy Virginia Company Manor Boom to get 20 settlers off the bat between all 20 of those manor houses, so this is going to be quite swell. Now, Armin, this is the one I want to see, because I feel like when we're looking at decks, the Armin player is the one you're always wondering about. Yeah, because the thing is, Armin players have so many different avenues to be annoying in. You just have to know what are they going to go for, like double barracks janissary, are they going to go for fast fortress, are they going to go for fast industrial, are they going to use royal decree? No royal decree, so that's off the list. We do see potential for either heavy double barracks janissary, Jan Abbas gameplay, or we see a potential for a fast fortress here. Notice how he does have capitalism available. That is for a very specific reason, because the way the Ottoman build order is set up, you get your mosque and an early trading post going. So you're naturally going to have enough XP to be able to pick up a second Age 1 shipment, which the best one would be capitalism. Because obviously 3 villagers is a gold standard for any civ in AoE 3. That's the type of card you want. But after that, adding in a coin trickle helps out in so many ways, because it helps you out with fast fortressing, or it helps you to afford the small coin costs on the janissary. So either way, it helps you out tremendously. Now, is he going to go for capitalism? Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to check. I don't see him shipping anything in yet. Doesn't say that he has shipments available, so I don't know what he's going for. Trying to figure out what their next steps are going to be. I don't see anything from Code yet about showing up for Abstract Nations today, so we might just stick with the casting for now. Just to let you know. If he shows up, we'll obviously honor it, but yeah, it doesn't look too promising at the moment. I'll probably have to change up the playlist stuff and the titling later, but whatever. That's totally cool. Okay, treasure-wise, what do we got? 175 coin. Ooh, that's a good one. That's actually a great treasure right there. Basically deals with your early Ashigaru production pretty easily there. Now, how many Daimyos does he have in his deck? Just so I know. Okay, so he's got Mototada, and then he's got Tokugawa. So he does have the pretty standard number of Daimyos. Just for intrigue. Yeah. Russia's coming forward with some recruits. Recruits moving forward. So, Eco Theory has been sent. Nothing else has been sent yet. I'm assuming he's either going to go for wood or he's going to go for one of his Cossack shipments there. Best to get the biggest one first, the 5 one, and then get the 4 one later. Just because more units means more action, right? Absolutely. It's absolutely what you want. Doing one of the best things you can do against a Japan player, make moves on their shrines. Japan players don't like it when you attack their shrines. It reduces their economy because they get less of a trickle from the resource that they have the shrines configured on. It cuts down 10 of their population, and worst of all, they have to, make their explorers come all the way back there and spend an additional 175 wood to rebuild it. Unless, of course, they have Heavenly Kami, and then it's a lot cheaper. But oh no, he hasn't sent Heavenly Kami yet. So, yeah. He actually went with double villagers here. He sent 2 vills, and then he sent 2 vills again. So he went with the 4 villagers set up for 2 shipments. So, I guess he went for villager greed today, I guess. You can tell he went with the Torii Gate because you can see the free samurai there leading the front charge. Almond player backing him up with Abyss guns. This is a very ferocious mix right here. Abyss gun, Ashigaru. Ashigaru is arguably one of the best musketeer units in the game. They have an insane movement speed of 4.5, which is way more than the standard 4. It is a really formidable unit, to say the least. So that can be very interesting for sure. Now, wait a second. So I'm noticing here that we're running into some issues with the UI, so I'm assuming I'm going to probably want to do this from scratch, maybe fast forward, because the developer of this mod did say that. He said if you pause the game for a few seconds, it can ruin the syncing of the overlay, so you might have to do a quick little fast forward and, zippity-doo-dah, back to square one again. So I think that's what we'll do here. Shouldn't be too long, and then we should be all set again, yeah. Had to catch myself there for a second. Okay, see, these are the recruits he's making right here. See, now we can... Because I wanted to look at the stats of the Ashigaru, and I noticed it wasn't showing. So that's how I knew the overlay was out of sync. So I knew we definitely had to fix that up. So we have the Ashigaru action. So it comes all the way over here with the Abyss guns, right? After those recruits pressure one of his shrines. So this is what I wanted to show you. The movement speed is 4.5 on the Ashigaru, whereas a standard musket like the recruit only 4. Why that matters is because the Ashigarus can effectively out-micro these guys greatly. They can rechange their positioning and get extra bullets into individual units and thus win in a lot more fights. Not only that, obviously Ashigaru is going to have 50 more HP, going to have more attack than these guys. Ashigaru is just way better. And then the Abyss gun, a wonderful compadre, does crush damage, multipliers against things that skirmishers are good against, heavy infantry and dragoons. Abyss gun's such a ferocious, hard-hitting unit, and the Ashigaru one of the best protectors, because if you do come after them with your Cossack shipments like this one, just move the Ashigarus with their bare speed, hit them with your Naganatas, and there you go, well done. I mean, that's funny. They have a cavalry unit, the Japanese, called the Nagana Rider. The Ashigaru as a musket axe is not gonna stabber, really. There, yep, see it? He's got it right there, then Raven 10. It's kind of fascinating, because in the OG game, they legit use bayonets like European troops, but here they use the actual naginata to give them a nice slam to their spear. Unfortunately, though, not a lot of help here in protection, and these two guys sort of got themselves cornered underneath the blockhouse. Very dumb move there, because essentially they left a wide opening for the Cossacks to come in and rip apart the Abyss guns and to overwhelm the number of Ashigarus. That's going to wound their army a bit and force them to recover numbers, which obviously makes things really tough. Now, the Ottoman player did manage to get a Fortress Age in, and now he's going to be hanging Cav Archers with his Abyss guns. Hanging two possible supports there. That should be very nice. Now, I do say that knowing where HVNI is going with his mercenary build here, I don't know if the Cav Archers are really your best friend until you start seeing the Hark show up. Because since Harquebusiers are heavy cavalry, I do see the Cav Archers helping you out there, but until that happens, they're kind of just going to get washed out by Jaegers and Russian infantry spam. Because look at what's happening already. I mean, we could even look at the graph just to signify it. Look at how much infant mass Russia is getting now. With all these recruits and unstoppable Sletsies and even the remainders of his Cossack shipment. Ottoman Abyss Cav Archer can't keep up. Because that matchup isn't the right one here, you know? He needs more infantry. He doesn't need more counter-cavalry. Counter-cavalry right now is not what you need. You need more counter-infantry. So maybe go Janissaries if you have a barracks. And he's all the way over here too, so he has to like completely maneuver over there, which does not help out very much either. So what he really needs is Japan to be helping him out like a good friend. Here and possibly getting that done, yeah. Also notice Russia player is getting pretty close to Fortress Age. That means one thing. Get up to Age 3, pull out the Falconets. Falconets would be a great complement to this very large steamy army of infantry here. You could get a lot done with that, and I'm pretty sure at that stage, HNI should be ready to start supplying you his Jaegers. He already has about 14 on the field right now. So that's going to be a real concern very, very soon. And looks like they're already engaging in some raiding pressure. Taking Vils out. Oh, wow. Japan's down 5 Vils right now. 5 Vil kills. Horrible sight. At this stage, Japan's going to have to pull out all the stops. They're using their leftover export to go make some Shinobis. That should help out in quite a few ways, since Shinobis are a very flexible range infantry. They're essentially, I don't even know if they're classed as light infantry. I think they're just infantry. They're essentially an anti-infantry that's more well-rounded. While it doesn't have multipliers really against anything, it doesn't have a malice against anything. So, its range attack is going to do full damage to cavalry. Yeah, that's the main thing. It's pretty solid. Pretty solid, actually. So, if you want a good Flexitarian range unit, Shinobis are pretty solid at that. They also get the stealth thing too, even though we rarely ever see that be implemented. If you need stealth, always consider that aspect of it too. Also, it's got a monstrous siege attack too, which helps with pushing. But the biggest drawback, of course, is the fact of the cross-export, so a very rare resource. It looks like they're still getting overwhelmed here, though. This is still happening. They are still getting pressed into the ground right now. I'm trying to see if they... Okay, so Japan has a surplus of coin and no food, and Ottomans have a surplus of food and no coin. What a riddle that is. Alright, well, these guys are going to have to think up with something fast, you know. Looks like Japan does get their daimyo. That's a great thing, because the daimyo can build units on the front lines. He might be able to supply you when you do your pushes. He's going to be used as a substitute to the stable, though, to make some Naginata riders. which is something we often see people do when they get a daimyo. It's literally just to get hand cavalry without putting in the 200 wood investment. Unfortunately, though, he idled him too long there, and he almost got killed. Now his HP is really digging right now. Almond player, again, his Falconet shipment going. He's got some delis there, a couple of Abyss guns. Not looking too impressive right now. Almond and Japan keep losing armies, and the momentum of Russia, British keeps growing. Yeah, no, Jaegers were a real threat right now, because see, they got the stats of Imperial Skirm, plus that plus 10% Pierce armor, bringing it up to 40. So you really need to know what you're doing there. That's absolutely what you're doing, pretty much, yeah. Oh, Safari shipment is a good move by Almond player. Again, that guy snagged there. Now, these guys don't necessarily have light caveats, so you do have some opportunities to make these Safakis work. Safakis are basically like super ramped up cuirassiers that can regenerate HP when they're idle. It's pretty awesome. So you can do a quick little raid, hold them back, heal them up, and then send them in again and again. Really good unit. Not only that, Almond player got the infinite shipment of them too, so he can send it as much as he likes. While not as big as the one-time use shipments of them, it does ensure he can make it a constant threat if he wants to. Dude, don't go in alone like that, you know? That's dangerous, like, he keeps these guys keep throwing army by going in by themselves without proper support, and they keep suffering because of it. And yes, it is because you got someone running literal mercenaries on you, but still, if you just consolidated your forces better in micro, you won't get to this point. And now it's at a point of no return, because now you got a Brit doing rockets. And these are the big boy, high splash, high crush damage, heavy hitters there. So there's something that's going to crush you under their knee to their boot heel, that's going to be it. Okay, the Russian attempt. This is not great at all. Yep, these guys are dipping. They're dipping. As the British player's growing, giving himself even more reserves to even more mercenaries. Mind you, that is. Amin is trying to get the Vizier to get some more Safahis, though. That Vizier age up. You'll also shout take the Safakis into the guard upgrade too. That's the other cool thing about Safakis is you never have to actually upgrade them. They just upgrade for free when you age up. It's a nice little convenience to have. Okay, he sent another batch of Safais in. Oh no, that's the agent batch. Cool. So he's doing an actually decent job at spreading these out. He's taking one onto the rocket, he's putting one onto the Jaegers, and he's putting one onto the Bills. Doing a bit of multitasking there. Which, you know, I like to see that, because he knows he doesn't have a lot of army to work with, so he's figuring to micromanage as best as he can. He unfortunately resigns, so yep. Yep, GG's, man. GG Murrin. GG Murrin. Yeah. I mean, I think they could have done better if they just coordinated their armies better and they responded a bit better to what they were dealing with. We saw this big mistake, I think, particularly from Almond player. He sees the Cossack shipment, he's like, I'm going Cav Archers. So preemptive, so dum-dum. You don't pull those out until you see these guys here, the Harquebusiers, the actual heavy cav, the heavy hitters. When you know they're actually committing to heavy cavalry, you don't pull the Cav Archers out yet. Because what else are you going to use it for? To stop a Falconet shipment? I guess, but no, just go Safais. Like, if Almond player had like a big stack of Safais and consolidated his Abyss guns, he has like one of the most formidable Almond comps you can do against units. Hey, I see the two HVNI accounts here. Welcome to the stream. The wonderful stream where we look at your gameplay and look at how you win 99% of games with expertise. Yep, HVNI is a legend in this game, you know. Generations of young people want to become masters at Age of Empires 3 because of his wonderful skill craft. It's unheard of. It's truly legendary. True master at everything. Or at least most things. Okay, so, alright, that's fine. Okay, so to fix that, I think we have to... Let me see. Let me get the out-of-sync tool open. Let me find it. We can probably watch that one, I just have to pull the out-of-sync tool up really quickly. It's one of the cool things that hellpunch worked on, as well as his, Okay, so let me set it up now. Alright, so let's start watching now. It's activated, so it should theoretically work. It's this one, right? Yeah, let's try it. So what this out-of-sync tool does, it allows us to bypass out-of-syncs. It doesn't always work. So, yep, look at that. Bada bing, bada boom. Out-of-syncs are now dead. Now, it doesn't guarantee that it's going to run good. Sometimes the out-of-syncing problems in the game are so severe that it'll constantly bombard you with those and you kind of can't watch it normally. But sometimes it's just a random thing at the start of the file, like a little blip or something, and it completely lets you watch the rest of the game without being bothered, just like that. Pretty cool. Just make sure that if you use the tool, you turn it off before going into multiplayer, because I guess it uses some sort of software technique that if it's tracked while you're in multiplayer and connected to the lobby or whatever, you'll consider that to be a hack or a cheat, and then you'll get your account banned from multiplayer and probably have to call them up and say, hey, I was just casting games today, which won't feel so good. It'll be embarrassing, so just make sure you do that to avoid issues. Now, I think it's particularly great for these bigger team games, since it feels like the bigger team games are the ones that most likely out of sync all the time, and thus gives us a bit more leeway and look at it more varieties of games than ever before. It's pretty awesome, actually. So, beyond that, what are we actually seeing here? We got Big Bove as Sweden, Juanito as United States, and Ottoman. We got Rake as Ottoman, HVNI is Ethiopia, and Oracle is Japan. Wow, that's a fascinating one. So how do we pull apart this piece of monkey bread? I don't know. It's kind of a tough one. Now, they both have an Ottoman on their teams, right? They got Japan and they got Ethiopia. I don't know. Ethiopia, to me, at least in the past, has never really felt like the strongest civ in the game, so they might have a bit of a struggle here unless HNI which I assume he has a really godly build for him, so we'll have to check it out. So what build does he go for here with? Okay, so he's got the Abundant Villager card, the Trinity card. So the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, it's the Villager, and the Holy Priest guy with the hat. What else do we have here? We have... I'm trying to look... Okay, so he's got the Jesuit influence. Cartridge currency. Labia Rock Church. So that's kind of the way that Ethiopia operates. It's kind of their sort of secret strength, is getting as many mounted monsters as possible. They can build them on top of these mines, like these silver mines here, and it will actually gather from the mine for you. Kind of like how torps gather from nearby resources, but it does so much faster. It's like really good. And on top of that, you can still take both villagers and your Abun priests to gather from that mountain monastery to eat up the gold even faster. You also have the option, instead of just gathering coin from the mine, you can change up the distribution to include influence too. Thus leading to some pretty fascinating mercenary and native builds for the Ethiopians. Yeah, it's pretty awesome stuff. Now for Amen, Royal Decree, we do have potential for, well, it's a bit tough to say if they're going to go Fast Fortress right away with this sort of setup, because it's mostly a military-based treaty deck, I would assume. We see most of the military upgrades here. We only see Royal Mint for Eco and Eco Theory, so I don't know. The Age 1 setup, three Yuruks. Capitalism does look to be very heavy on the Fast Fortress side of things, but who knows? We'll have to see. If they go for 700 coin, we'll know for sure. And by the way, too, if you're ever wondering how somebody does a build order here, you can actually look at this section to see what their shipping order is. So 3 bills, followed by Capitalism. Other player just was 3 Yuruks. Japan, they get Chonindo. This is essentially a Team Eco Theory card. So what this means is, essentially, this is going to give a slightly weaker Eco Theory effect to the Civ themselves that sends it, but everybody else is going to get the full deal. You know what I mean? Oh, he's got that missing. Oh, it still has that overlay bug. Yeah, it'll be great when they can fix that so we can read the descriptions in real time easier. That would definitely make things a lot better. In terms of map positions here, we're going to have to watch this pretty closely, see who's got map control, look at, the graphs a little bit. If we're worried about 2 players matched up in particular, we can check these out. Shows you who has the most villagers, who has the most military units, and who has the most military value. If you don't have any military on the field other than the Explorer, it will be 0. But if you start adding like infantry, cavalry, artillery, that sort of thing, then it'll start to go up. Ethiopia Explorer just used their ability to have the Treasure Guardians try to eat each other. Hungry, Hungry Hippos. You remember that Hasbro game, Hungry, Hungry Hippos, where you try to stick the little white balls inside of the hippos' mouths? Kind of like that. Now, I don't think that's how hippos eat. They don't eat like little white eggs, right? They kind of eat fish and other things, but I guess they were trying to think of a fun board game, so that's what they came up with, Hungry Hippos. I wonder if people still use those type of boards, Hungry Hippo boards. Very fascinating question, actually. They probably do. Probably looks totally different, though, than it did back in the early 2000s and late 90s, but who knows. See, that's the one bad thing about the African ability to have the Guardians attack each other when it comes to these hippos. because he used that ability and got nothing done at all. He had to like literally skedaddle before he lost his explorer, and it kind of hurt him pretty badly there. Yeah. Let's start looking at other players though and figure out what's generally going on. So it looks like here, Almond player age 1, Pan player age. Green Almond is up. What's his strategy? So he's going for a mercenary build. Wow, look at this! Look at this! He's got an Ottoman mercenary build. Interesting. So he's got mercenary loyalty, which cheapens this, so that he can send out constant groups of Manchu and Ronin. He also has theater, so he can actually train Ronin directly from the tavern, plus a huge emphasis on coin, with Royal Mint and Textile Mill and Eco Theory, and the factories. He even has Silversmith, so that he can take advantage of the mines too, which will gather even better than the estates. That is very fascinating stuff right there, because it essentially does two things. It improves the mining rate, the silversmith, and it also improves the yield, so the vills will be able to gather from that mine for longer too and get coin off of it. Let's look around again at some stuff. So, Purple Almond Fast Fortresses. He's got this set up. Ethiopia's still in Age 1. Oracle's still in Age 1. This is a little weird. Like, why are all these guys hanging around Age 1? Like, so sus. So what did America go for, by the way? So they went for this setup, it looks like. Okay, so you got Hamiltonian economics, you got the Seminole shipment, the early Carbine cavalry one. Pretty interesting stuff, actually. Is this like a treaty game or something? I'm just trying to figure it out, because they got pretty... Nah, it couldn't be a treaty game. Not with those decks, no. Definitely couldn't be a treaty deck. It would be the worst one I ever seen if they did that. hear this bird out there. It's making a weird sound. I don't know what it is. Crazy. What's up with the long age one here? They're picking up advanced rice paddy, good faith agreements. You'll need whoever uses these cards. Good faith agreements. This is one I used back when I was, back when I was like 14, 15 years old. Back in the old days when I started playing 8-3, I used to always include this card, thinking it was so good. Like, ooh, and here's my improvements in my big battalions. Wow. And then I'm like, yeah, no, not that good. It's actually the diplomatic intrigue that you actually want. That's the one you want, because it gives you export up front to actually get a decent shipment, and then allows you to switch between consulate allies later easier, because the export will be only 25 export instead of 100. Yeah. All part of learning the game meta, I guess, back in the day. That's definitely what it is. Without a doubt. People still pinging for Wars Liberty. I'd love to see it. What's going on otherwise for this game? I don't know. Okay, so... I don't know what they're up to here. What is this? Is this like a special build or something they're going for? I have no idea. So it looks like he sent Ironmonger in there. Which actually helps with the Mound Monasteries. Trade routes supply more resources and native settlements trickle more influence. So this is heavy on influence units. Kind of like how HVNI likes mercenary stuff with the Brits. Looks like he's going to play heavily into influence units here as the Ethiopians. This is a pretty awesome card because he gives you like a full World Bombard shipment. And then for the rest of the game, your artillery, such as your falconets and your Sebastopol's and stuff, get more splash damage and become much better. Work will come. What is up with this wall system here? Is this like low elo legend type match or something? That's what I assume it is. Yeah. Very strange setup. I will say I've never really seen a setup quite like this before. Definitely not. Yep, code hasn't shown up yet. Crazy. I don't quite know what the plot of this match is exactly. We still have people in Age 1. We have Japan Age 1. The Swedes at Age 1 too. What is this? They're building weird walls. This must be Newcomer Series 3, which is totally cool. I'm very glad that they're welcoming new people to the game, but just curious what they're doing. I don't know. Insane, actually. Yeah, I might just eat some food while I watch this at this point, because I think it's going to be a while before we see them actually engage in any sort of skirmishes or anything. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so looks like one Ottoman is in Fortress Age and one is Industrial Age. So it's only the Ottoman players that are actually like playing seriously. Yeah. Now this one's pretty snazzy because he's got multiple TCs, which is super awesome as Ottomans, because with Ottomans, as you know, you get your villagers will train for free. So you don't even have to have the food to have those town centers working all the time. Your town center efficiency is just like awesome. Because if you look at TC efficiency, Ottoman players, it's like top of the line, like up here. This is a great demonstration of Ottoman town center logic. Like, as long as you have the church techs to maintain the settler build limit, your town center efficiency is way up here, right at the top of the. It's nigh 100% efficiency. 100% efficiency. And probably because Purple didn't send the Moss technology, his is starting to decline down to almost zero. But if you maintain the population and build limit requirements, Ottoman line on this graph is always right at the dead top, which looks crazy, but it's the fact. Jack. It's a pretty interesting fact, actually. Most people don't know that stuff. And I think this graph is a great way to actually demonstrate that. The most epic raid in history. Ethiopian explorer against a single settler. Orthodox ski school. What's going on here? What is he doing? What's he doing with the settlers over here? What is this? I just noticed this now. He's literally just... What is he doing? He's not doing anything. What about his Can we check his site? Let's look at the graph on the bill efficiency. Idle bills. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys are pretty high up there. Wow. Scary, man. I don't know what they're doing, though. Like, what is this? Somebody explain this logic. Who's getting tablet now? So this adds more coin into existing and newly constructed monasteries, so that all your monasteries going forward will actually be even more valuable, since your abundance and villages can churn out even more influence and coin at each individual monster, which is really awesome. This is the type of match that you sit down and eat a steak and a baked potato and a whole house salad watching, because you just don't know what's going on. So many idle vills everywhere. Why is everybody idling villagers, though? Yeah, this is very, very weird indeed. You don't think this is the out of sync, right? It couldn't be the out of sync thing, right? Because if not, this is like a really weird low ELO legend setup right now. Very weird indeed. Either way, this is kind of funny. I mean, even if this is a glitch about the out of sync, I think it's kind of funny that it looks like this. And they have all these shipments that they're not spending. Yeah. What if we speed it up? I'm curious, like, what happens if we fast forward it like crazy? Do we see anything crazy happen, or... I don't know, this is like so weird, so surreal. So this might be the limitations of the out of sync tool. Yeah, so it doesn't. So the out of sync tool doesn't necessarily fix every out of sync to watch, but it looks like it does. I'm just gonna fast forward this, see what happens. This is so funny. I like this. Alright, he's building a mill. One villager mill. I don't know, dude. I've never quite seen this before. Never quite experienced this before. I'm just fast forwarding it to see if we get anything else interesting out of it. So if this is like the out of sync thing acting up, then it means it's not a one size fits all in terms of, you know, stuff, basically. Yep, we'll look at the 4v4 right now. Now, I don't know why it was making me join multiplayer, some multiplayer lobby, because I did not intend to do that. So that might be a glitch, I don't know. That part scared me a little bit, because I was thinking, didn't it tell me not to go into multiplayer, though? The game's making me do it. A little sus, but whatevers. Because I definitely don't want any problems going into multiplayer games. That would be very annoying. Totally annoying. I think we have to turn the app off before we quit, though, for the best results. Yeah, probably. Okay, we're back with the 4 versus 4 now. Now, this should be pretty interesting. We got Oracle as Chinese, Iamric as Ottomans, Ethiopians, HVNI, and then Vorg as Germany, against a Japan, a Lakota, a British, and a Sweden. Now, this should be a pretty fascinating matchup. And we're not using the out of sync tool right now, so it should actually look pretty normal as long as people don't call me in the middle of the match. Alright, I had to confirm something on my food order. There's something related to spicy chicken sandwich that's gonna ruin my guts in the morning. Yeah. Yep. I love spicy foods, but they don't always love me in return, but I still eat them anyways. Because they taste super yummy. Yummy. So anyways, how do you think this matchup's gonna turn out, you think? I believe that this matchup will probably... I have to, gauge the Civs first and maybe look at the decks. Because definitely running a China, Ottoman, Germany with Ethiopia could... I know how Ethiopia fits into that bill. He's running the same deck he did previously before. Team Camp Builder. So what do you get out of Camp Builder exactly? I don't know. That's a good question. Does it, give everybody access to a tower? Is that it? That's a pretty fascinating card, because usually I thought you always want to go with Trinity first when you're playing as Ethiopia to get that, extra bun out. But, So let's look at the build here, because this is how we can tell. So he looks like he got Camp Builder first and then Trinity second. So he did indeed get that Abun, because as soon as he gets his Mount Monastery up, he's going to have at least one Abun there gathering from the monastery for him so that he can divvy up his vills and other resources, which should be pretty swell. Yeah. I also like how he's collaborating with his ally, the Chinese, to use the granary to help him get some extra hunt meat as well. So not only is he benefiting from that granary, he is too. Yeah. It's one of the cool things that the African civs in Definitive Edition can take advantage of is the granaries. Free buildings that lure in the hunts so they sit around the square, and then it also allows said villagers to gather faster near it too, so that definitely helps them out with their hunting rate and their berry rate, and their farming rate too, because that's what the granary does. It also allows you to upgrade hunting and your farming. Yeah, it does not boost your wood chopping, your mining rate though, sadly, but farming, berries, all that just helps. Yeah. Just a free helper. Alright, Sweden's going up with the logistician. Oh wow, that's a pricey one. Frankly, because it's a 4v4, you can afford to do it. I also suspect most players here are going to be running treaty-style decks and not normal ones. Because while rush coordinations in 4v4 are possible, they're not always the most secure. Raids win it. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. I mean, you got Lakota here, right? They're like the king of raiding civs, so let's see what Lakota player has. Okay, so he's got C-10 Axe Rider. Does he doesn't have infinite... He doesn't have an infinite bison shipment? Really? That's a little sus. Like, why wouldn't he have infinite bison here? That's very troublesome. I could see that being a serious problem. Alright, finding a weakness in one of their players already. Didn't expect to find it that early. How about Brits? Alright, Brits playing basically, they're going to be playing into Virginia Company, Manor Boom, Treaty, and it's transition from Longbow into Rangers. Okay, yep. Depending on what your strategy type is, you might want Rangers over Longbowmen just because of the higher damage. The coin cost once the trees run out, so that's totally normal. Japan, essentially running a very, I would say a pretty aggressive deck. That's a lot of unit shipments, and we don't really see a lot of eco there. We do have infinite samurai shipment. I love to see infinite shipments when people run those. It's such a great breath of fresh air to see because they acknowledge that this game could be a long time, and they might have a ton of shipments that would be wasted otherwise. So, good to see you running a less and more unorthodox unit through that. That's great. Can definitely help out sometimes. As for Sweden, he's running Engelberg Ironworks. I would argue you could run blueberries, but it looks like he's going for stonemasons here to build faster, which I think it's a pretty interesting philosophy. So what he basically is doing is, he is essentially getting this card so that he can build the torps even faster and possibly get them out quick enough to avoid potential pressure. And I guess that's fine, but the thing is, I'll be honest with you, I'll be completely consistent with you when it comes to Sweden and 4v4. I rarely ever have people rushing my villagers in 4v4 in Sweden early on. Like, I would rather you go blueberries to get more thick food on the bushes early on and better food rate than to potentially go with faster training, torps or whatever. That's at least my opinion. Because I'm not so much worried about the immediate resources, I'm more worried about the slow burn of food and coin that segues me into either straight up Jaeger, Black Rider gameplay, or Carolina Jaeger gameplay, or something along those lines. So I think, in that sense, I don't know. At least that's what I think. Team 3 Villagers by Ethiopia, that's such a considerate shipment there. That helps everybody out. How about these guys, though? What do they run? China running a pretty standard treaty deck, I would say. Big emphasis on the late game Old Han army. Infinite Flying Crow shipment is there. I'd love to see that there too. Ottoman. Oh wow, look at this. Germany also active with the Uhlans too. Has he gotten any kills on these guys, or he has not? Okay. Oh wait a minute, no, these are the guys to look out for. Alright. Oh, we got some of the Lakovilles. Look at this, 4. Wow. Alright, getting some work done. That's why we see Lakota player already stacking up some axe riders here to try to fight him. Essentially, axe riders are, compared to Uhlans,
Yeah.
do have more hit points, but they do have a built-in malice against light cavalry. So they're essentially Uhlans that have a little bit of extra stats, or a bit more expensive, but don't necessarily do better against dragoons. Yeah. Because the devs know, since the Asian Dynasties days, that if they didn't have that malice against light cabin, you would have a situation similar to me in Arena when I used the hackables to cut apart the howdahs, and they didn't want that, so they had that natural negative debuff there against the dragoons to make sure that the axe riders, you know, in matchups wouldn't like surpass Uhlans against dragoons at all, which would definitely be very crazy to deal with. Yeah. I gotta be a bit more active on the map too. Really missed out on that. In there. How about villagers? Yeah, I can see the divot here from orange too, by the way. Yeah. Now they're starting to grow again.
Ja. Auftrag? Ja. Bereit.
Here comes Japan now. It's got Samurai, Naginata, Bestiaros, and Ashigaru. So he's got a pretty decent mix of units here. All being buffed up by the Daimyo's aura. That should be very helpful. However, you got War Wagon Yulon, Cav Archer, Janissary, Falconet coming for him, and that's a much more dangerous threat. Sweet. Who is this? Is this British? British right now, just doing some veteran muskies right now. Nothing too much. I think this Falconet mass here is going to be a big threat here. It's going to definitely shove them back a bit. Yeah, you definitely want to be careful with these Falconets right now. That will definitely cause you some serious issues. To say the least, yeah. Most definitely going to be a big issue. Rifle Rider. This is a big mistake by Lakoa player because Rifle Riders actually have the heavy cavalry tag since they counter heavy infantry. So they're sort of like an anti-infantry based light cavalry. Which means war wagons are actually doing about 126 damage per shot to these guys, and they have no pierce armor, so they're going down in like 2 hits. Not good. Very devastating. Meanwhile, that Falconhead Mass we were talking about earlier from Oddman is definitely driving them back, and then China's reinforcing with mostly standard army units there. We did upgrade Quangs, it looks like. It's got iron flails, some Kijiks. Got decent medley units there. Armin reinforcing with Abba's Jansen. Look at these samurai though. Cutting right into. Look at this. Pay attention, man. He's cutting the back of your army down. That's a lot of damage right there. 2 Abbas guns with samurai? Are you kidding me? I will say though, even though they're winning, that is a pretty hefty loss right there. I will say. We could probably put the graph up right now for military, just looking where we're at right now. From villagers, military, how about bank resources? Looking at somebody's stats at least.
Bereit? Bereit.
Yeah, that definitely going right for where it's completely baked that Lakota player. That is absolutely guaranteed. Big loss from there. I want to look at their stockpile of resources too. British just getting industrial aids. Does he have any rocket shipments? No, he does not have rocket shipments. I think that itself is going to be a problem because right now you need some big heavy hitter units here to stop this gravy train from hitting you right now. This is not good. You need some Congreve rockets from the Brit player. And not having that, I think, is a big devastating situation for sure. Yeah. Totally killer. coming in for another strike on the Lakota player. He's got like nothing left. This is Sweden, right? Yep. So looks like Sweden sent the contract for the Giant Grenadiers, right? Essentially, Giant Grenadiers are a mercenary musketeer that gets splash attack, but still retains their bayonet against cavalry, be it a bit weaker. So they're kind of like a grenadier and a musket combined into one, sort of. Kind of a mishmash of that. And they got a pretty decent siege attack, too. Looks like he is indeed coming in to attack. Attacking with a big stack of Giant Grenadiers with that big group will be quite powerful indeed, so let's see what happens with that one. Oh, look at that. Going after... He's factory sniping. Wow, look at that. Beautiful work there by Sweden. Because while their ally, the Lakota, is getting creamed right now, little moves like that can definitely sway the pendulum back in your team's favor for sure. So, it's always good to see little tricks like that. But unfortunately, doing that big thing there left his economy vulnerable to Ulans, with only a handful of Giant Grenadiers left to do some cleanup. Flaming Arrow is going to be pretty useless here against those Ulans, so those will probably just be lost. Yeah, see that? Because Ulans have such high hand attack, they absolutely cooked those units easily there. Does he have the Imperial? Yep, he does have Imperial Prussian Ulans, so he's got almost fully upgraded Ulans here. Doing like 80.5 hand attack. That is huge. That's enough to basically take out small groups of heavy infantry almost. It's quite devastating. It's kind of the same concept as AoE 2 when players will research forging instead of the armor upgrades. It's because they know if they get the attack up, they'll kill units quicker, so they take less damage with the cavalry. So you having a glass cannon cav unit, as long as you have number superiority, can actually allow you to win more fights. Because you're killing their counter cav before they actually get to use the counter cav against you. Which is a very interesting concept. Yeah. It's quite fascinating. It's quite good actually, yeah. Got a pretty big war over here. Look at this. Check out the bell. Got Sevastopol, Berber camels, and Gably camels. Wow. This is a unit you don't always see every day. But you get access to them through the Imperial Age Ethiopians, through the Arabs. You get access to Mamluks and Gably camels. It's such a neat thing. And because he got the bombard thing, now these guys have more splash attack too, which is really neat. Some pretty good synergy there. This Lakota player can't get a break though. This Lakota player is completely cooked right now. Oh, he's out. Oh no, he's still farming though. He's still farming. How is Lakota still alive? I don't know. That's crazy though. That's insane. I think they got a real chance now because we got a masked up Chinese stack here. Flying crows, culverins, Gatling camels, Sebastopol, Will bombards. This is pretty nice. And Habarsis too, sieging. They just have to get a pretty big wedge over here, and I think they got him. Pretty much, yeah. Essentially. Somebody revolted. United States. It's not the first time we've seen somebody revolt with that. He's got a ton of militia and he's going to try to fight him in one last, Custer's last stand. He just resigned. No, that was... Who's that? That was... Ford resigned? Really? Ford resigned? That's crazy. Who's the Sweden? The British resigned. The British resigned. The British is out. He'll resign as soon as his militias, because he's got too much artillery here. He's gonna lose all those. Sorry, so late to the party. 1v4, GG. Oh man, that's sad. Yep. Oh, nice one, nice one. So let's go. Let's get ourselves some good old abstract nations. So let me get set up now. Set this up. Close out this. Get our abstract nations ready. I gotta restart the game, my friend. Yeah. Yep, I have to restart the game. Yeah. Yep, now I'm officially restarted. We should be all set. I'm gonna probably have to go and grab my delivery before we can start the match, though, unfortunately. But that should be fine. Give me a moment. It's taking quite a while to load. Hopefully it loads soon. Still loading. Also, let me make sure this thing's on too, so I don't run any problems with the gameplay. Alright, it's right now. Let me join this room.
Yes.
Yes, Hillier. Ready im Richt. Commandement Richt. Heil. Forster. Commandement. Yes. Tidligere.
Yes. Jashol. Detordu. Shag, am tikshe. Be kange has. Date order, am tikshe. Shag. Jashol. Nimishen, be kange has. Am tikshe. Nimishen.
Commandement Tillier.
Shag. Am tikshe. Nimishen, be kange has.
Heil, tiljere,
Jashol, am tikshe.
Heil. Recht.
Date order. Jashol. Date order.
Ready Tillier.
ready, tiljere,
Shag. Be kange has. Jashol. Am tikshe. Date order. Be kange has. Nimishen. Am tikshe. Nimishen. Be kange has. Am tikshe. Shag. Be kange has. Jashol. Nimishe. Be kange has. Am tikshe. Date order. Be kange has. Am tikshe. Nimishen. Shag. Jashol. Be kange has. Am tikshe. Date order. Nimishen. Be kange has. Am tikshe. Shag.
Ist meist skakwe. Ja.
Date order. Jashol. Nimishen. Am tikshe.
Commandment. Yes.
Date order. Nimishen. Shag. Kupar. Jashol. Haryausi. Date order. Am tikshe. Shag. Nimishen. Be kange has. Jashol. Am tikshe. Nimishen. Be kange has. Am tikshe. Date order. Nimishen. Be kange has.
Commander book is there.
Jashol, Nimishin. Date order. Kanjaha, Shag. Hamid Kanjaha. Hamid Tikshe. Shag, Hamid Jashol.
Vad ska ske? Ja!
Date order. Jashol. Nimishin.
Heil, tilgjøre. Ready, ich meine so. Yes, Richt.
Shag, wie Kanjahas. Hamid Tikshe. Jashol, Nimishin. Hamid Tikshe. Shag, Nimishin. Wie Kanjahas. Jashol, Hamid Tikshe. Wie Kanjahas. Date order. Hamid Tikshe. Nimishin. Wie Kanjahas. Hamid Tikshe.
Redo för älg. Redo.
Shag, Nimishin. Jashol, wie Kanjahas. Shag, Hamid Tikshe. Nimishin, wie Kanjahas. Jashol, Hamid Tikshe.
Heil, Orchester.
Commandement, i wall.
Ready, yes. Richt.
Yes, Richt. Richt.
Heil. Yes. Heil. Recht. Commandement. Jawohl. Ready. Yes. Ich meine so. Ready. Heil. Recht. Recht. Yes. Jawohl. Come on. Yes.
Det ord nimischen.
Heil. Tidigare. Yes. Tidigare. Commandement. I menar så. Richt.
Schag. Vi kanske ha nimischen.
Yes. Jawohl.
Var ska jag sitta? Ja!
Ready. Richt. Richt.
Det ord ready man. Yes. Commander. Yes. Avance.
Heil. Tidigare. Yes.
Joshua, vi kanske ha. Det ord med tiksche.
Ready. Richt. 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 Richt.
Schag, vi kanske ha.
Yes. I menar så. Richt. Kosta. Ready. Richt. Richt. Commandement. Richt. Yes. Richt.
Ready. Yes. Yes. Heil. Ich meine so.
Redo för eldgivning. Redo. Ers Majestät ska ske. Redo.
Ready, tidigare. Heil, focus there. Ready, focus there.
Tidigare. Yes.
Var ska jag sikta? Ska ske. Ers Majestät. Ja. Redo.
Yes.
Yes. Commandament, Amen. Lion! Yes, yes. I west. Avance, Imenos. Land!
Stranger now. I am sorry.
I may not steer it.
Ja, Ers Majestät. Redo. Var ska... Ja. Ska ske. Ja. Ska ske. I feel me stronger now.
Ready, recht.
Heil,
Heil, I what?
Commandement. Igual. Richt.
Ready. Recht, recht.
Schall. Bekendje haar. Neemischen. Dit order. Schall. Neemischen. Bekendje haar. Neemischen.
I am sorely grieved. I may not steer.
Jascha. Neemischen. Bekendje haar. Met tikje. Jascha.
Die West.
Somebody actually wants to join us. He wanted to know what mods we're doing, and I just said Abstract Nations.
Yeah, I'm going now. What is your command? I'll do it. Right. I'll do it. I'm going now. Right. Yes, I'm going now. What is your command? Yes. I'm ready. Yeah, right. I'm ready. I'm going now. Yes. What is your command? I'll do it. I'm going now. I'll do it. Yes. What is your command? Right. Yes.
I'm ready.
What is your command? I'll do it. Yes. What is your command? I'm going now.
ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው? ምንድን ነው? ፈኩስ እርሱ ፈጸመ። ምንድን ነው? እርሱ ተንበር ለንጉሳችን
أعمل علم.
Bedide yade meton so hanu ndo mojeme.
داير شنو يا ملك؟ أعمل شنو؟ داير يتقدم للمي المذنب. داير شنو يعمل؟ للمي جاي المذنب. داير يتقدموا. داير سر جاي المذنب. اعمل علم يتقدموا. جاهز. للمي جاي المذنب. داير شنو يعمل؟ المذنب يتقدم. داير شنو يعمل؟ للميت يتقدموا. اعمل للميت يتقدموا. اعمل للميت.
Ndo gbesi some do poko mi po.
جاهز يتقدم. للمي جاهز. جاهز.
Make ready. Advance. Orders. Forward march.
Ja, bereit. Ja, hallo. Wird gemacht. Ja, verstanden. Wird gemacht. Jäger.
Advance. Make ready. Advance. Make ready. Yes. Advance. Forward march.
Bereit. Wird gemacht. Jäger.
Orders. Make ready. Advance. Forward march.
Aufgabe? Ja. Verstanden. Wird gemacht. Ja. Jäger.
Attention. Yes. Attention. Advance. Make ready. Orders. Forward. Advance. Make ready. Advance. At attention. Forward march. Advance. Forward march. Orders. Advance. Make ready. Forward march.
Ja, richtig. Hallo. Verstanden. Jäger.
At attention. Orders. At attention. Yes?
Ja, wird gemacht. Ja, richtig.
Attention, advance. Make ready. Advance.
Aufgabe Holzfäller. Verstanden. Jäger.
Yes, forward. Make ready. Forward for America.
Aufgabe Jägerin.
Orders. Make ready. Attack.
Bereit. Ja. Jägerin.
And attention. Yes. Advance. And attention. Make ready. Orders. Forward march. And attention. Make ready. Advance. Make ready.
Bereit. Aufgabe wird gemacht. Ja. Jäger.
Orders. Forward march. And attention.
Bereit. Ja. Jäger.
Yes. Advance. Orders. Make ready. Forward march. Advance.
Aufgabe Jägerin.
And forward march. Make ready. Orders. Forward march.
Aufgabe verstanden. Richtig.
At attention.
Bereit. Verstanden. Jäger. Aufgabe Holzfäller.
Yes. Make ready.
Hallo, Händler.
Orders, advance.
Ja, Holzfäller.
Yes, make ready. Advance. Forward, march. Orders, advance. Make ready. Yes, advance. Make ready.
Aufgabe. Ja. Zimmermann.
Orders, forward, march.
Hallo. Bereit, Händlerin.
Advance. Make ready. Forward, march. Make ready.
Aufgabe wird gemacht.
Orders. Forward, march. Advance. For America. Attitude, make ready. To battle. Yes, advance. At attention.
Auf Holzfäller.
Yes. At attention. Orders. Forward, march. Yes. Advance. Orders. Attack.
Ja. Zimmermann, Zimmermann. Hallo?
Attitude, make ready. Yes. Advance. Forward, march. Advance.
Bereit, Holzfäller. Ja.
Yes, make ready. Orders forward, march, advance. Make ready. To battle.
Jawohl. Angriff.
Advance, attack. Yes.
Ja, in den Kampf. Angriff.
Orders, attack. Make ready. Advance. And attention. Make ready. Forward, march. Make ready. Forward, march. Orders, make ready.
Bereit. Ja. Richtig.
At attention. Forward, march. Advance. Forward, march. Advance. Forward, march. Yes. Advance.
Are you ready? Yes.
Orders, make ready. Forward, march. Advance. Make ready. Forward, march. Yes, make ready.
Aufgabe? Ja. Wird gemacht.
Orders, forward, march. Make ready. Yes, forward, make ready. For America. Attention, advance. Attack. Yes. Orders, make ready.
Ja. Wird erledigt.
Yes, forward,
Auftrag?
march.
Jawohl.
And attention, advance. Forward, march. Yes, make ready.
Ja. Wird erledigt.
Orders, forward, march.
Ja. Richtig.
At advance, make ready. Yes, at attention. Forward, march. Make ready. Forward, march. Advance.
Auftrag? Jawohl. Ja, verstanden.
Yes, make ready.
Ja. Verstanden. Auftrag wird erledigt. Bereit. Verstanden. Jawohl.
Orders, forward, march. Advance.
Auftrag verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl, wird erledigt.
Yes. And attention. Yes. Forward, make ready.
Aufgabe? Ja. Wird gemacht.
And attention. Advance.
Bereit. Jawohl. Verstanden. Auftrag? Jawohl. Wird erledigt.
Orders?
Ja? Jawohl.
Attention! Make ready. Advance. Orders forward, march. Advance.
Bereit. Ja. Aufgabe wird gemacht. Ja. Hallo? Wird gemacht. Ja. Hallo. Aufgabe richtig. Ja. Aufgabe verstanden.
Yes? Make ready.
Auftrag verstanden.
Orders?
Ja? Wird erledigt. Bereit. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Ja? Verstanden. Auftrag? Jawohl. Bereit. Wird erledigt. Auftrag? Verstanden. Bereit. Wird erledigt. Auftrag verstanden. Ja, wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl. Ja, ja. Angriff.
Yes, advance. Make ready.
Hallo?
Wird gemacht, ja.
Ja?
Aufgabe wird gemacht.
Orders, forward, march.
Hallo? Jägerin.
Advance. Make ready. Forward, march. Attack.
Hallo? Jäger. Bereit. Jäger.
Orders, advance. And attention, make ready. Yes, advance, make ready. Forward, march. And attention, advance, forward, advance. Orders, make ready.
Ja, richtig. Verstanden. Wird gemacht. Richtig. Jägerin.
At attention. Forward, march. Advance. Make ready. Forward, march. And make ready. Forward, advance. For America. Forward, march. To battle. Orders, advance, make ready. At attention. Yes? Orders. Forward, march. Yes. Make ready. Forward, march. Make ready. Advance. Make ready. Forward, march.
Verstanden. Jäger.
Orders. Advance. Make ready. Forward, march. Make ready. Forward, march. Make ready. Forward, march. Advance. Forward, march. Advance. Forward, march. Yes. Orders. Advance. Forward, march. Yes. Advance.
Bereit.
At attention.
Aufgabe Holzfäller.
Hallo? Holzfäller. Bereit. Holzfäller.
Orders.
Ja. Zimmermann.
Yes. At attention.
Holzfäller. Ja, wird gemacht. Richtig.
Ja, wird gemacht. Zimmermann.
Yes? Make ready and attention. For America! Orders, advance. At attention. Forward, march. Advance. Forward, march. Advance.
Bereit. Wird gemacht.
Orders, forward, march.
Hallo, richtig. Zimmermann. Zimmermann, Zimmermann. Zimmermann, Zimmermann.
At attention. Advance.
Aufgabe. Ja. Wird gemacht. Jäger.
Yes, advance. Make ready. Forward, march.
Ja. Jäger. Bereit. Verstanden. Holzfäller. Ja. Händler. Holzfäller. Hallo. Holzfäller.
Orders, advance. Make ready. Yes. Forward. Make ready. Advance. Make ready. Forward. March. Orders. Make ready.
Bereit, Holzfäller. Aufgabe, Holzfäller. Hallo?
Aufgabe. Jäger.
At attention. Forward. Advance.
Bereit. Holzfäller. Aufgabe, Händlerin.
Yes. Make ready. Forward. Advance.
Ja. Wird gemacht. Zimmermann. Aufgabe Holzfäller.
Orders. Forward. Make ready. Forward, advance. At attention. Orders. At attention. Forward, march.
Auftrag wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl.
Yes. Make ready. Forward, march.
Bereit. Jawohl. Verstanden.
Order. Yes. Advance. Make ready. Forward,
Aufgabe.
march.
Ja. Verstanden. Auftrag wird erledigt.
Orders. Advance. Forward,
Ja,
march.
jawohl. Bereit. Verstanden.
Ja, Zimmermann. Hallo, Zimmermann.
Ja, wird. Ja. Richtig. Hallo, verstanden. Zimmermann. Aufgabe. Zimmermann. Ja.
Bereit. Verstanden.
Auftrag. Jawohl.
Ja. Aufgabe wird gemacht. Holzfäller. Zimmermann.
Bereit. Verstanden. Wird erledigt.
Hallo? Ja. Zimmermann.
Aufgabe wird gemacht. Zimmermann.
Bereit. Verstanden. Zimmermann. Zimmermann.
Auftrag. Ja, wird erledigt. Aufgabe. Richtig. Ja. Bereit. Jawohl. Auftrag. Hallo? Ja?
Aufgabe. Holzfäller.
Bereit. Ja. Verstanden. Bereit. Holzfäller. Ja. Holzfäller.
At attention. Advance. Yes?
Bereit. Aufgabe. Holzfäller.
Bereit. Jawohl. Bereit. Richtig. Ja. Ja? Verstanden. Aufgabe? Richtig. Verstanden. Bereit. Jawohl. Auftrag? Verstanden. Ja? Jawohl. Auftrag verstanden. Wird erledigt. Ja, wird jawohl, wird erledigt. Wird erledigt.
Ja. Holzfäller.
Ja, wird gemacht. Verstanden. Bereit. Wird jawohl. Auftrag, jawohl. Ja. Jawohl. In den Kampf. Bereit. Verstanden.
Porąć.
Jawohl. Ange in den Kampf. Auftrag wird Ja? Jawohl! Angriff! Jawohl! Angriff! Auftrag! Angriff!
Orders. Be ready.
Auftrag richtig. Verstanden. Ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl, verstanden. Auftrag, jawohl. In den Kampf. Bereit, wird erledigt. Ja, bereit. Ja, jawohl, verstanden. Wird erledigt.
Ja, Holzfäller. Hallo, Holzfäller.
Ja, jawohl. Auftrag. Hallo, Holzfäller. Bereit, wird erledigt. Bereit. Holzfäller. Hallo, wird gemacht. Ja.
Scosso muovimento, crescem. Giorno, crescem. Giorno, crescem.
Where's my factories? What are you talking about, Willis? I was playing a weird Civ. Yeah, what Civ were you talking about with me not booming? Were you talking about, Corland or, the, other one? Scotland. Well, Scotland is a garbage Civ, just so you know. Like, that's why I was not doing good as Scotland. Scotland is a garbo Civ. It's like one of the worst civs he had in the game. Like, if he gets on and like really debates me on his civs and stuff, I gotta let him know that Scotland needs to definitely be improved. Corland was awesome. I did good with Corland. Yeah. See, with Corland, it's a mixture of regular eco and export. That's sort of their logic there. As for what I was doing with Habsburgs, I was trying to play into their revolt style gameplay. Since to me, that at least it seems like the most intuitive way to go about them. You could use their circle army system, but that could be a little bit tough indeed. I don't know, dude. That's all I'm gonna say. Is he coming back, or can the other guy join? I don't know. I'll set up a host thing now, just in case. Let me do that right now. Starbucks internet. I love the good old Starbucks internet, right? Yeah. We'll set up some slots now.
Yes.
I have a crazy idea. Why don't we try a Black Forest nothing?
Yes. Yes.
Bereit. Aufgabe Jäger.
Orders, advance. Make ready. Forward, march. Advance. Make ready. And attention. Forward, attack.
Bereit. Hallo, Jägerin.
Orders. Yes. Orders, advance. And attention.
Ja. Wird gemacht. Ja. Holzfäller. Holzfäller. Richtig. Jäger.
Yes. Orders. Make ready and attention. For America. Yes. Orders. Forward, march. Advance. Make ready. Forward, march. Advance.
Bereit.
Hallo? Ja. Richtig. Ja. Richtig. Wird gemacht. Jäger.
Yes. Forward, march. Orders. Advance. Forward, march.
Aufgabe Jäger.
At attention. Make ready. Forward, march. Advance. Make ready. Yes. Forward, march.
Hallo?
Bereit. Holzfäller. Holzfäller.
Aufgabe?
Ja. Aufgabe. Holzfäller.
Orders. Advance. At attention. Make ready. Advance. Yes. Make ready. Advance.
Ja. Ja.
Ja, richtig. Zimmermann.
Order, make ready. Forward, march. Make ready. Forward. Advance. Make ready.
Aufgabe wird gemacht. Ja, bereit. Richtig. Ja.
Bereit, ja. Zimmermann. Aufgabe. Holzfäller. Bereit, Holzfäller.
Ja, richtig. Verstanden. Bereit. Richtig. Wird gemacht.
Aufgabe. Richtig. Verstanden.
Aufgabe, ja. Jäger.
Hallo, ja. Jägerin.
Advance. Make ready. Forward, march. Advance. Make ready. Forward, advance. Make ready. Forward, advance. Forward, march. Advance. Make ready. Forward, make ready. Advance. Forward, advance. Forward, advance. Make ready. Forward, march.
Bereit. Wird gemacht. Richtig. Aufgabe. Verstanden.
Orders, advance. Forward, make ready. Advance. And attention, make ready. Forward, advance.
Instantly.
Ja, richtig. Verstanden. Richtig. Jägerin. Hallo? Verstanden. Jägerin. Bereit. Holzfäller. Aufgabe. Zimmermann.
Bereit. Richtig. Holzfäller.
Order, yes, make ready. Orders. Forward, march.
Ja, reit. Jägerin.
Auf jetzt!
At attention. Advance. Forward, march.
Ja. Holzfäller. Aufgabe. Holzfäller. Ja. Holzfäller.
Yes? Make ready. Advance.
Ja? Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl.
Make ready.
Ja.
Yes. Forward. Advance. Forward. March. Advance. Make ready.
Auftrag? Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Hallo? Wird gemacht.
Order. Yes. Forward. March. Advance.
Ja? Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Ja, richtig. Ja.
Bereit. Holzfäller. Ja, ja. Zimmermann.
Hallo? Holzfäller. Auftrag? Verstanden.
Orders. Forward. March.
Hallo? Holzfäller.
Bereit. Jawohl. Verstanden.
Yes. Make ready. Forward. March.
Auftrag? Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Jawohl. Ja? Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Bereit. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Auftrag? Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Bereit. Wird erledigt. Auftrag? Jawohl. Verstanden.
Orders. Advance. Make ready. Attention. Forward. Advance. Forward.
Ja.
Bereit.
Ja.
Aufgabe. Richtig. Zimmermann.
Bereit. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Zimmermann. Bereit. Hallo? Zimmermann. Ja? Jawohl. Verstanden. Bereit. Wird gemacht. Holzfäller. Auftrag? Jawohl. Aufgabe? Holzfäller. Zimmermann. Ja? Verstanden.
Yes? Make ready.
Ja, Holzfäller. Bereit. Holzfäller. Ja, Aufgabe. Holzfäller. Bereit. Jawohl.
Bereit. Holzfäller.
Auftrag wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Bereit. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Bereit. Holzfäller. Auftrag verstanden.
At attention. Advance. Make ready. Forward.
Ja.
March.
Wird erledigt.
Orders. Make ready.
Auftrag? Jawohl. Verstanden. Hallo? Ja.
Advance. Make ready. Advance.
Ja? Jawohl. Bereit. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Aufgabe wird gemacht. Ja. Auftrag wird erledigt. Ja? Jawohl. Auftrag wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Hallo? Richtig. Ja. Jawohl. In Kampf. Ja. Jawohl. Verstanden. Auftrag wird erledigt. Ja. Verstanden. Jawohl. Bereit. Wird gemacht. Auftrag verstanden. Ja?
Yes? Make ready.
Bereit. Jawohl.
At attention. Forward. Advance.
Ja, verstanden. Bereit. Ja? Jawohl. Bereit. Wird erledigt. Aufgabe? Ja. Richtig. Auftrag verstanden. Jawohl. Ja? Verstanden. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Bereit. Jawohl. Auftrag verstanden. Ja? Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Jawohl. Bereit. Verstanden. Ja. Zimmermann. Aufgabe? Ja. Zimmermann.
Aufgabe. Zimmermann. Bereit. Zimmermann.
Bereit. Auftrag verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Ja, jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Auftrag? Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Ja, verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Bereit. Jawohl. Wird erledigt.
Orders. Forward march.
Ja, jawohl. Bereit. Ja, Auftrag? Ja, wird erledigt. Bereit. Richtig. Verstanden, Holzfäller. Bereit. Jawohl.
Sia pagat me. Άντες, άντες! Στο γελέκι! Λαμπρίνη ιδέα. Μάλιστα.
Aufgabe. Aufgabe.
Μην λαγερκλώ. Τρούς θανιένων.
Auftrag verstanden. Jawohl. Bereit. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Auftrag. Jawohl. Bereit. Verstanden. Ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Aufgabe? Ja. Richtig. Auftrag? Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Bereit. Jawohl. Angriffsauftrag. Wird Ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl. Bereit. Angriff.
Keep me down. Attack.
Richtig. Ja. Zimmermann. Zimmermann.
Hallo?
Zimmermann. Zimmermann.
Bereit, Zimmermann.
Yes, make ready. At attention. Forward, march. Advance.
Bereit.
Igen, értettem. Igen, uram. Előre! Igen. Támadás. Rendben, értettem. Rendben. Szolgál. Elő!
Orders, make ready.
Ja.
Aufgabe? Hallo? Verstanden. Zimmermann. Bereit, wird gemacht. Holzfäller. Aufgabe? Holzfäller.
Forward. Yes, forward. Make ready.
Hallo? Richtig. Ja.
Jemo plać. Żurno, żurno! Kryczym. Szyda!
Bereit. Richtig. Wird gemacht.
Orders, advance. Forward, march.
Verstanden. Zimmermann. Ja, Zimmermann.
Advance.
Szolgálatát. Értettem. Igen, uram. Roha! Parancs. Szolgálat. Elő!
Ne usi mai tesoro di nicchie!
Ready. Forward. Yes, it's ready. Forward. March. Advance.
Hallo? Zimmermann.
Spremni! Giorno!
Aufgabe? Ja. Richtig.
Bereit, wird gemacht. Holzfäller.
Gdje je moja plaća?
Aufgabe. Händlerin. Bäuerin.
ጤና ይስጥልኝ! ስለ አማልክት ስም
Bereit. Hallo?
Ja, wird gemacht. Zimmermann.
Igen, rend. Értettem. Igen, roha! Elő! Igen.
Orders to attack. Forward.
Szolgálat.
Aufgabe. Ja. Zimmermann.
Parancs. Értettem.
Forward. March.
Ja? Jawohl, in den Kampf.
Advance. Orders. Forward.
Bereit. Wird
March.
erledigt. Jawohl. Bereit. Wird verstanden. Wird jawohl. In den
Da, elő!
It'll take more than that to keep me down.
Ja.
Aufgabe ja. Richtig.
Hallo? Ja. Wird gemacht, Zimmermann. Aufgabe, Holzfäller.
Deyadesh, mekarunga, ha, mekaraung.
Da? Make ready. Forward, march. Advance. Forward, make ready. Forward, march.
Ja. Ja. Zimmermann.
Yes. Advance. Make ready. Advance. To battle. Make ready. Forward, march. Make ready. Attack.
Szolgáltattam.
Advance. For America.
Rendben. Értettem. Szolgál. Igen, uram. Rendben. Támadás.
Orders, make ready. Advance. To battle.
Журно! Я ему оплачу. Журно! Не усимайте заробленike!
Vai ripetere. Μην αφήκετε κανένα ζωντανό.
Bereit. Ja. Wird gemacht.
Μην αφήκετε κανένα ζωντανό. Не усимайте заробленike! Журно! Речем.
It'll take more than that to keep me down.
Aufgabe? Richtig, wird gemacht. Zimmermann.
Forward, make ready.
Aufgabe? Händler.
Szolgáltattam.
Parancs.
Igen, uram.
Ja. Holzfäller.
Der Jan.
Hallo? Ja.
Szolgál, igen. Érted el, igen, igen, igen. Igen, szolgál, előre, szolgál, igen, marad, igen,
At attention.
Enter the west landing pad.
Come here.
is mine!
So you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Come here. world is mine!
Whose side are you on? First couldn't do it better. No. When you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Come here! This world is mine! So you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Come here.
Taking position at the west landing pad.
All landing pads secure. Clear local resistance and prepare for phase 3.
When you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Capture points selected, barracks and hangar. This is our penultimate phase. Victory is within reach.
No one's complaining about being impulsive now.
Come here.
Barracks breached. Attempting capture.
This world is mine.
Just so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Come here.
mine! So you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start. Come here.
Special operative on site and hitting the resistance.
Thought the barracks would be harder. Now capturing.
As I expected.
Top resistance agent on site. Priority target. The clones will fight to retain the barracks when I project victory. Reinforcements! We have an elite operative on site. One of our best operatives has landed.
so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Come here. I can feel your anger. It makes you strong. Shall we?
We've got help. Great help. Uh-oh, a new enemy has landed. Unidentified enemy. Powerful enemy.
Sector secured. Eliminate remaining clones and stand by for new orders. Begin final phase. Destroy the fusion core. Do not let enemy reinforcements arrive first.
You're not gonna like this.
Sadness.
We'll stop.
Count Dooku has come to oversee the battle.
This world is mine.
Starting shutdown.
Wait a second, I'm trying to download the Battlefront expanded 7.4 if possible, yeah. Let me see if I can download it now. Is there any mod that's running it, or? Let me see if I can find the browser here so I can get it, because I don't have it already. This is going to take a while. Let's get... Oh, let me log in. So I already forgot my password again. Send it to Steletsy. It's always annoying. Do that now. Ooh, boy. Always fun. I was gonna do it every time there's a new mod I want. Trying to type a good one that I'll remember. Hopefully this... I probably won't, but we'll try. I always forget them. It's always annoying when you're trying to do something quickly. So now let's go back to... Hopefully that's what I'll remember for. That's what I do it for. Alright, gotta go through all this. Skip it. How long is that gonna take? It's 6.8 GB. Oh boy, how long is that gonna be? I don't don't know, dude. That's gonna be annoying. Looks like it's download. 1%. Well, let me think. What can we do in the meantime? It's gonna be really annoying. I don't know. What do you think? Unfortunately, we can't play another lobby while that's weighing, so... Okay. Is there anyone up for a Walero match in the meantime? That'd be a good thing to do. Well, ask them if they want a Walero match. Because I'm going to probably be sitting here for a good amount of time waiting for this to download. No guarantees it'll be done by the end of the night, though. Yeah. Yeah, from what I'm hearing, there's going to be a lot of characters added to this one. So this one will definitely be a pleasing experience. For sure. I thought it was going to be just a basic, balance patch like they always do. Because we haven't had a big content one since 7.2, I believe. Yeah. Definitely changes things up quite a bit. It's at about 5% right now. It's about midnight. So do you think you'll get done by the time there's anything available? Hopefully. 6%. If anybody responds to Walero, we'll do that. If not, I could just do a Colosseum Budokai maybe and try that out, yeah. 7%. Yeah, I think we'll probably have to do a D match or something. Maybe find a Budokai or Risk. That would probably... Yeah, because we might not get a lot of matches in tonight if that's the case. Might just scrape the bare minimum then. Alright, it's downloading a little bit faster now. Take about a minute or two to load. We're into 10% now, so 10 more, like 9 more intervals of that, and then we should be all set. Yeah. Just pray that we get to do it tonight. Well, I think we will. HVV Chaos, no fun allowed. No fun allowed. That's a good name for it. Expanded Supremacy is using it. How about the official expanded plus GA? Oh, they're just using the old one then? Yeah. I'm sure somebody will host something with it when it gets to be time, yeah. Can only pray.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Sí, así será.
Cazador.
¿Cuál es la orden? Así será.
Órdenes. A la marcha. Ya, avancen. A la batalla. Por la libertad. Atención. Atención. Órdenes. Atención. Avancen. Mande. Marcha. Avancen.
Sí. Constructor.
Órdenes. Marcha. Ya. la marcha, ya. A la batalla. Marcha, ya.
Sí, estoy en camino, ¿sí? Estoy en camino, ¿sí? Cazadora.
¿Cuál es la orden? Cazador.
Mande, avancen. A la órdenes. Por la patria. Atens, marcha, ya. Mande, presidente.
¿Cuál es la orden?
¿Órdenes?
Sí. Estoy en camino. Sí, así será. Sí. Cazador, cazador.
Mande, presidente.
¿Cuál es la orden? Estoy en camino. Sí, sí, estoy en camino. Sí. ¿Cuál es la orden?
¿Quién busca en el nombre del que así sea?
Sí, así será. Cazador. ¿Cuál es la orden?
Hola, leñadora.
Hola, en el nombre del Amén.
Órdenes. Avancen.
así sea.
Hola, ¿sí? Constructora.
Sí, leñador, constructor. ¿Cuál es la orden? Leñador.
Hola, mande. Amén. En el nombre del que así sea. Amén.
¿Cuál es la orden? Constructora.
¿Quién busca salvación?
¡Marcha!
Hola.
¡Ya!
Por nuestra libertad.
Sí, así será. Constructora. Hola, leñadora.
Mande que así en el nombre del Padre. Hola, amén.
Sí. Leñadora. ¿Cuál es la leñadora? Leñadora.
¿Quién busca en el nombre del Padre?
Sí, estoy en camino. Constructora.
Joshua, wie kennt ihr das?
Hola. Constructora. Sí. Así será. Constructora.
Sí, leñador. Granjero.
Chef, I'm a tech chef.
¿Cuál es la orden? Constructor. Constructor.
Hola. Estoy en camino. Constructora. Sí. Constructora.
Hola. Amén. Que así sea.
Hola. Así será.
Sí, estoy en camino. Cazador. Sí. Cazador. Sí, leñador. Sí, sí, granjero. Sí, constructor.
¿Cuál es la constructora? Estoy en caminera.
¿Cuál es la orden? Constructor.
Sí, granjera. Hola, ¿sí? Constructora. Constructora. ¿Cuál es la orden? Sí. Leñadora.
Amén. En el nombre del Padre. Amén.
Atención. A la batalla. Avancen. A la batalla. Marcha. Ya.
¿Quién busca salvación? ¡Abajo, Corolla! ¡Saquen a los invasores!
Sí. Constructor. Sí.
¿Cuál es la granjera?
Sí. Granjero.
¿Órdenes?
Sí. Estoy en camino.
Sí. Hola, hazle leñadora.
Sí.
Saludar, sí.
¿Cuál es la orden? Sí. Sí. ¿Cuál es la? Así será. Sí. Leñadora.
Sí. Constructora. Constructora. Constructora.
Bien, que así sea.
Sí. Así será. Constructora. ¿Cuál es la orden? Constructora. Constructora.
Sí. Constructor.
Hola, estoy en camino. Constructora. Constructora. Constructora.
Matne, Ikho. Atsak.
Así será, estoy en camino. Constructora.
¿Cuál es la orden? Estoy en leñador. Sí. Constructor.
Hola, leñadora.
Sí. Sí. Constructor. 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 Sí. ¿Cuál es la orden? Granjero. Sí. Constructor. Sí. Sí. Leñador. ¿Cuál es la orden? Constructor.
¿Cuál es la orden? Leñadora. Constructora.
Sí, leñador. Sí, leñador. será? Constructor.
Hola, en el nombre del Padre.
Sí. ¿Sí? Constructora. 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 Hola. Leñadora.
Listo.
Sí. Leñadora. Hola.
Sí. Leñador. Sí. Leñador. Constructor. 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 ¿Cuál es la orden? Constructor. 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 Estoy en camino.
¿Cuál es la orden? Estoy en camino. Constructora. Constructora. Constructora.
¿Cuál es la orden? Sí, así será. Granjero. Sí.
Hola, granjera.
la orden? Constructor.
Sí, sí. Constructora. 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 Constructora.
Sí, ¿cuál es la orden? Constructor. Constructor.
¿Quién busque así en el nombre de que así sea? ¡Abajo con los opresores!
Nuestra libertad. Saquen a los invasores.
A la batalla.
Saquen a lo que así sea. Por nuestra libertad. Que así sea. Abajo con los opresores. Hola. En el nombre del Padre. Abajo con los opresores.
Por la patria. Comandante, a la batalla. Saludar por la patria. Sí. Saludar. A la marcha. Sí. A la batalla. Por la patria. Ataca. Listo. A la marcha. Sí. A la marcha.
Ahora me siento mejor.
Por la patria.
Hola. Amén. Saquen a los abajo con los Amén. En el nombre del Padre.
Well, I got some bad news for you. The expanded thing didn't even like download properly, so we're gonna have to try again mañana just to get it to work. I'll have to do it during my work shift. Make it work somehow. Yeah. Hopefully it'll work. So that was a long waste of time we could have spent doing like dueling or something, you know? Yeah, tell me about it. Cannot actually believe that happened. Do we have Saberfront though, or something we can do like to end it with? Or let me look. Yeah, we got some Saberfronting we could do. Boy, did I want that match to happen. Like, why does it always sync like that? Like, all that trouble getting ready to battle the Maya, and then boop, sync. Can't make that stuff up sometimes. You most definitely cannot. Yeah. Most definitely cannot. Sometimes it's just too impeccable. Maybe we'll get the new map when we go in. That'd be great.
Don't get sloppy, okay? Don't mind me. Let's go! Why does everyone think they can take on a Jedi? left out. Take your shot. I warned you. That's enough! I'm warning you! Going inside! I've got this! Last chance! Can't let you! Too close! On my way! You're not getting the option. I'm warning you!
You brought this on yourself. I see I was right to. Shouldn't have made me angry. You brought this on.
Hey, sure. You haven't exactly impressed me today. Your world will die. Well. I have no use for you. Look upon me now. Your perversion of the Force ends here. Watch your step. I've never felt such power in a city before. Goodbye, goodbye. Congratulations! Experience power!
You are fighting for the wrong side.
You have lost!
You certainly have a flair for the melodramatic.
Scream if you want it.
Blasters? Well, no accounting for taste, is there?
Farewell. You cannot imagine my power.
You will answer for your crimes.
So unfortunate.
Sorry for the mess. No time for pleasantries.
Closer.
There is no emotion, there is peace. Your perversion of the force ends here.
There is no escaping. I know. Witness my glory.
That's a speed.
I think I'm done for now. I'm praying that we can get that new expanded version download tomorrow, right? Well, anyways, GG's. The Abstract Nations and the casting was pretty good today, so that was fun. That one expanded match was good too. Too bad I didn't just stay for the end of the thing. It would have been great to see what my score was. It's probably going to be pretty good, so. Yeah, anyways.